I think it's time to get started, don't you? There we go. How's everybody doing? First things first, get this out of the way. I want to make it crystal clear what exactly this red hat actually is. Bought this last year. And we got people in the chat already. Hey Will, how's it going? Winter Mute 0. Are we ready for... Ready for a fun-filled night of art and cleaning up after ourselves? Still trying to get the hang of this face cam lighting. Also, this has to double as the webcam I have to use for my my work meeting, my work meetings for the old day job. So we're getting ready. Okay, let's do that one more time. Right there. Right there. With my luck, that'll be the freeze frame for the thumbnail for this stream. But I'm feeling good, feeling pretty good about what we're going to be working on today. Once again, I have no idea how the specifics of it are going to go. But if it comes out the way I want it to come out, and there's a higher probability that it will than usual today, because I figured I did a huge Mother of Kittens, aka Liz. How you doing, Lizzie? Thanks for coming. I decided, Tuesday I spent, I spent a lot of time Tuesday working on my piece, which you can see. Hold on, let me see if I can point right there, which you'll be able to see shortly in my little slideshow that I set up. There it is, right there. My Bowie Young and Old art that I spent a lot of time on that. It was the longest stream that I've done to date, even though it's only been about a week and a half. And I've been... that one took a lot out of me. That one had me... that one, I needed some recovery time after that. And I decided I spent so much time... Fix that up a little bit more. It's going to bug the crap out of me otherwise. I figured I spent so much time on that painting Tuesday, and it was so far out of my comfort zone. I wanted to do something a little bit more traditionally what I feel like I'm best at. We're still gonna do color, but it's gonna be a little much more limited color today, a much more limited color palette. I would hope you remember the dream one, Will. It was a week ago. Then you were here. I wanted to do something once again because there's gonna be plenty, like I said, my strong suit is comic stuff and black and white stuff and sequential artwork and very sort of two-dimensional black and white stuff. I wanted to do something closer to that, but with an element of what I've been doing lately. So it's going to be a little bit of color, but mostly a lot of inking. And we're going to see where it goes. And if anybody got my hint on Twitter and Facebook, you should probably have an idea of where we're going with this. And I hope that actually attracts some viewers. it's another habit that I have had to attempt to break, along with showing my face on camera more, which is I tend to like surprising people. I tend to like not telling people what I'm gonna draw or what I'm gonna paint before I do it. But that's a little bit counterproductive to the whole, content creator, Twitch streamer, self-promoting thing that I'm trying to also do. I'm trying to grow an audience, so that means I have to give people incentive to watch. And one thing that I know for sure is that I'm not gonna give anybody any more incentive to watch me if you're just staring at my face while I'm talking a lot of crap in circles right now. So we're gonna get started, and there we go. First thing you're gonna notice, well, you may not notice, but first thing I'm gonna point out to you guys is that I had to get some of my drink. We're not using our usual watercolor paper today. We're using the same size, it's 9x12 size, but today we're using something I'm much more familiar with and I'm much more comfortable with, which is Bristol, which is smoother, somewhat less absorbent, probably not as good for the watercolor stuff, but since we're not going to be using a whole lot of it, that's okay. And this is basically the standard stuff for comic book pages. Because it's very good with, if you're using a quality India ink, it's very good for that. So that's what we're going to be working with. And there's also an element of, since I worked with this so much, I work with this particular type of paper so much, I know a little bit more about what to expect from it. So I'm hoping I'm surprised quite a bit less by it. But we'll see. I'm always surprised by something when I'm working on stuff. Excuse me. And I'm going to get my various, my off-screen, off-camera reference here and there, so that you guys can think that I'm pulling all of this directly out of my fertile brain, when I'm really not. But that's a little secret that most artists prefer to keep under wraps. Alright. Let's see here. Alright, enough talking from me. Let's get going. Again, going with the blue pencil, just so it's easier for you guys to see at first what I'm working on. And the best thing about this, I'm hoping, is that since there's about a jillion different interpretations of this particular scene in literature over the last century and the previous century, that the old artistic license that I like to talk about from time to time will be in full effect here. There won't be any specific expectations of what we're supposed to look like here. As long as it looks reasonably cool and interesting, I think we'll be alright. And also, an important thing to keep in mind, most of what you're going to be seeing here is going to be under some heavy shadows, which is definitely where I like to play the most. Sure you guys can know that I'm looking off camera at my phone for reference, but that doesn't mean you guys need to necessarily see it, so I just want to make sure my phone is well off camera here. I don't want to spoil the illusion. Can't see it. Oh, you mean you can't see my phone? Don't scare me like that. I thought something happened with my picture here. As we go, I'll probably be pulling even more reference as we go. I don't necessarily want this to look like any one particular thing, so it's okay. I understood eventually. I'm also, you know, when we're doing these sorts of things, I'm immediately gonna assume the worst anyway. Like that the just the worst possible thing that could happen is happening. I'm gonna do a lot more like actual drawing of this time. I have the feeling that some of the previous things that I've done have suffered because I've been in such a hurry to jump to the painting part, and I've been in such a big hurry to basically not see, you know, not try to bore any of you with what I'm doing, that I'm not spending enough time actually composing the way that I need to, the way that is going to end up in a piece that's going to look good. I'm so, you know, in this whole thing I gotta remember what it, you know, who the star of the show is here, which is to a certain extent one of the reasons why, you know, I'm reluctant to kind of show my face on camera and post my picture when I'm posting art, is because my feelings about wanting to keep the artwork as the star of the show. I'm just, you know, the hand that makes it happen. Some people feel differently about that, and that's perfectly fine, but I've preferred up until this point, that I feel that it's become much more necessary to be a face. I've felt, you know, up until this point, it's much more necessary to be the hand than to be the face. If that makes any sense to you guys. A lot of times, being an artist and being a creator of any kind of content sort of forces you to be all things to all people. Kind of forces you to be a jack of all trades. I would have expected that to happen a lot sooner. See, these blue pencil points tend to be really brittle and easily breakable. That's why I got a ton of them to replace at a moment's notice. And why I stick them in a mechanical pencil so that when it breaks off, I just, you know, click it back, you know, click the next one into place. It's like a shark's tooth, really. No fuss, no muss. The other thing that I'm going to attempt to do here, yeah, it's breaking a lot now. The other thing I'm going to attempt to do here is, because I don't have an exact idea of where all my black areas are going to go and all my shadowy areas are going to go. I just know that there's going to be a lot of them. So I'm kind of digging in as hard as I can into this paper, and that's another good thing about Bristol, is that you can it's thick enough, but it's kind of pliable enough to where you can really dig into the paper without really necessarily damaging it. And then that helps me when I cover most of this whole thing in black. Huh. Oh, that's a first. once I cover a lot of this area with solid black, I'll know, not necessarily this area, but other areas with solid black, I'll know where my original pencil lines are, and then I'll be able to go back over them in white or whatever color I end up using. To sort of reintroduce highlights. You can also always just oh, here it is. Where I lost my pencil there. A regular pencil. I can start giving the idea of where my shadows are going to concentrate the most. Doing this. So the lead that I'm using here, I can't remember if it's 2H or 4H lead. Either way, it's pretty light, which is why the pencil lines here are gonna look pretty light on camera. It's very strong. Takes a lot, takes relatively a lot of force to break a lead that's 2H or 4H. Usually it won't break unless you drop it, and even then you kind of have to drop it from pretty high, or if you get frustrated like me, throw it across the room. Not that I've done that a lot, but I'd be lying if I said I've never done it. You do have to, at a certain point, make some definite decisions about where your light and your shadows are going to end up. You have to kind of decide to some extent where your light source is. If there are going to be multiple light sources, you got to decide that too. Let's take a T-square. When you have relatively fluid looking, or figures that you intend to look relatively fluid, it's a good idea to break that up a little bit if you can. With a relatively more technical and less organic looking shape. The perfect opportunity to do that here. Not quite what I was going for there. Oh, since I forgot, since I was so busy putting together various other things tonight, I forgot to take my usual bag of inks and pens out of the drawer. I'm gonna have to go and get them soon. But in the meantime, taking this time and opening up a brand new kneaded eraser. Let's see if you can see that. Is that backwards or is this backwards? There we go. These are great to use because they leave a lot less erasery mess on your page. And you can stick them just about anywhere. Only thing I recommend, is I found out the hard way one year, don't try to travel with them on a plane. Airport security gave me no end of trouble with when I tried doing that. Now, Will says it kind of looks like a dragon to me. It certainly is. And hopefully you can recognize which dragon. And if you don't right this moment, you hopefully will very soon, when I start adding some more necessary details. Now, I'm not spending a whole lot of time here either, for one very simple reason, and that is virtually everything on this side of here is going to get blacked out, and then it's going to be up to my trusty paint markers later on to flesh that out, to flesh that area out and give some more depth and some life to everything that I cover up here. This is actually how I do most of my comic book work. Anybody that's ever read any of my comics before, anything that I normally do in black and white, you'll recognize some of this. You recognize some of this technique. If anybody happens to be watching this who has seen my work from a longer time ago, the technique really hasn't changed all that much. I've just refined it. I've gotten better tools, and I've learned how to better use the ones that I've got. Now, how exactly can I do this so that you can see? Should have hints of this is comic book, not even comic book logic. This is general visual storytelling logic 101. And it's the basic idea of how to convey size. How do you make something look big? How do you make something look as big as you want it to? How do you portray the immensity and enormity of a particular subject, of a particular character, if you prefer? And the way to do that is simple: relative size. If you want to make something big, it's my first time drinking out of a mug, apparently. Alright. Back to the subject. If you want to make something look huge on a page, even a small page, a relatively small page like the one I'm working on right now, well, you put something next to it that is, by comparison, much smaller. Which is what we're going to do now. This is by no means a thing that comic books as a storytelling medium created, but it is something that comic books as a storytelling medium have used to great effect in the past and continues to do so to this day. This is why, once again, I'm gonna, any chance I get, I'm always gonna tout, Jack Kirby and his numerous contributions to comic books as a medium. But this is basically how he portrayed Galactus in his Fantastic Four work. When he conceived of Galactus as a Fantastic Four villain, he kind of swung for the fences with it. His single concept, in movies and in TV, we'd call this the elevator pitch, which means a pitch for an idea that can be heard in the span of time it takes to go from one floor to the next in an elevator, because sometimes that's really all the time you have to sell somebody on an idea. But the elevator pitch for Galactus and the Fantastic Four was the Fantastic Four fight God. Now, how do you portray that? Well, Jack used his visual shorthand. He made Galactus huge by making everything around him, including the entire city of Manhattan, very, very small. Most of the time, the view of Galactus was from a relatively street level, looking up, as you would. The only time Galactus was portrayed in the Fantastic Four comics, in that initial first story he appeared in, at eye level with the reader, was later on, when he was confronted directly by the Fantastic Four, and and at the end of the story by the Silver Surfer. It was only then that you got to see God, or Jack's portrayal of God, at something closer to an eye level, when it started to become possible, when it started to become necessary to portray to the reader that God could actually be defeated. But in his initial appearance, in his initial look, in the beginning part of that original story, he was huge, he was unreachable, and he was this massive figure that stretched up to the sky. That's a little bit like what we're trying to do here. we're portraying a massive godlike figure of our own. And to do that, you use the tools at your disposal. And I'm not just talking about, pen and pencil and paper and ink and paint, although those are all important. I'm talking about the visual language that we use to bring these things to life. How do you show a cavernous, massive room and still make it seem incredibly claustrophobic and terrifying? Well, you put in it a creature that can fill almost all of the space inside of it. And for good measure, you put another character next to him and have him interact with another character who is, relatively speaking, even smaller than your average human, than what you would expect. That is what JRR Tolkien attempted to do in The Hobbit when he was portraying the interaction between Bilbo Baggins and Smaug. We're going to try to do something similar to that here. How do you portray massive size? Well, you put it up against something of a relatively minuscule size. How do you portray a lot of size in a small space? You have the figure that you're trying to portray fill that almost that entire space. That goes for a room, but that also goes for a page. This is how much space our subject takes up. This is how much space Smaug is going to take up on the page. And really, this is only the beginning. This is only a small snapshot of it, because then you imagine Smaug's got a body that comes up this way, a neck that goes well past the edge of this page and comes right back down to stare down poor helpless Bilbo. And yeah, we even got a little hint of a claw off to one side. I would have liked to kind of get the, to get some of the wingspan in here, but that's going to doing that would have first of all required a bigger page, and then second of all would have created a somewhat different effect than what I'm kind of trying to go for here. But there's always the possibility that I may revisit this another time with a bigger page. You never know. Let's see about finishing this one first before we start talking about, a future one. Now, very quickly and very lightly, I might add, we're going to start seeing about color. Once again, very little color, because we're going to let our dark inks and shadows do a lot of the talking in this piece. At least that's the desired effect. But still, we got to know where our light is coming from. We also have to know what kind of light that is. Well, as in most interpretations of The Hobbit, the light in Smaug's chamber is pretty dim. Most of it is reflected light from all of this mass of gold and treasure that he has stolen and hoarded and is sleeping on. But even reflected light has to have a source. Reflected light has to have somewhere that it's reflecting, that it's reflecting off of. In Smaug's case, in various different portrayals, and like I said, this is one of the most popular works of fiction ever created. So there's a lot of different ways a lot of different interpretations of this scene especially that have been seen over the years. But a lot of the light source in many different portrayals has come from inside Smaug himself. If anybody knows the speech he gives before he starts letting loose with all the, with the fire breathing, about his teeth being daggers, claws being spears. I don't remember it word for word, and I sure as hell do not want to try to compete with Benedict Cumberbatch for being able to recite it and do it justice. But hopefully you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm getting at. Yeah, see, I'd actually really love an old school illustrated version of The Hobbit. The one that I have is, a pretty conventional paperback, and I don't think it's illustrated at all. And the thing is, even discounting the various movie adaptations, the animated movies from I think the 70s, that are very fondly remembered. They were done by Ralph Bakshi, who's a legend in the field of animation even to this day. And then of course the Peter Jackson adaptations, which, say what you will about those the adaptation specifically of The Hobbit. If there was one thing that they got right, it was this scene, in my humble opinion. With one notable exception, I will say that really seemed to piss off a lot of Hobbit purists, and I kind of understand why. In the movie, Smaug is really got a really awesome. He's got a really awesome look. He looks terrifying. He looks menacing. The voice acting by Benedict Cumberbatch lends a lot to that. But something that pissed off a lot of Hobbit purists, I had noticed over the years, is that there's one thing that Tolkien goes out of his way to describe in The Hobbit, and we're talking about Tolkien here. He goes out of his way to describe everything. That is, Smaug is red. He's a red dragon. You had anybody who took the time to read any kind of critical analysis of that movie from the point of view of somebody that had grown up on the books, they zeroed the hell in on that very specific detail. It was a gimme for Peter Jackson, and for some reason he didn't close the deal on it, and that was making Smaug red. Very, very red. I don't know why he decided to not make him, as red as he is described as in the books. I don't know why he decided to go with the coloring that he decided to go with. I'm sure there's a reason. It may have been stated. I haven't listened to any commentary or any documentaries on that sort of thing where he might have explained why he decided to do that. But it's an unfortunate kind of oversight. I think it was one thing that it would have been very easy to get right and probably make look pretty cool. It's a little bit similar to, these days, since the advent of like CG and digital effects, the sort of leaps forward that have happened in movies for like dragon animation have really, really come a long way. For a time, it was, I could rattle off a bunch of examples. Dragonheart, Reign of Fire, which me and Will and Liz had just watched not too long ago. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Each portrayal of each animated portrayal of sort of fire-breathing dragons really sort of gained the reputation quickly as being better than the last. Arguably, but it was something I certainly noticed. And then Desolation of Smaug came out, and for a good long while, that was kind of the standard. That was really sort of the standard bearers for CG animated dragons. The Smaug. And then, then Game of Thrones comes around with their own portrayal of dragons, and believe me, Game of Thrones portrayed dragons a lot more than I expected them to. I really expected them to cheap out on the dragon animation for Game of Thrones, but I guess when you're the most successful show, TV show in the history of HBO, when you ask for dragon animation money, they give you dragon animation money. Yeah, I really love the animation for the dragons in Game of Thrones, but first of all, there was a similar controversy with the Game of Thrones dragons because all three of them were supposed to be very distinct, different colors, and you were supposed to pretty easily be able to tell them apart, and you could not. I would love to know anybody who was able to tell any of the dragons apart in Game of Thrones. Because I sure as hell couldn't. I'd love to know if anybody else could and how. And Will says, yeah, they all looked identical other than color. I would argue that even the color wasn't that different. In the books, they are very, very specifically three distinct colors. Let me see if I remember this specifically. Thank you. Thank you for saving me from getting that wrong, Will. Yeah, Rhaegal, who was green, Viserion. Viserion in the books was actually sort of cream colored or like flesh colored or like very close to being pure white in the books. That's how he's described. Which in the show, not even close. Not even close. So actually, I'm not sure why I'm doing that, because that's gonna get blacked out in just a minute. Blend a little bit here and a little bit there. What I haven't done in paint, like I said, it's going to be limited paint this time around. What I haven't done in paint yet, I'm going to come back and do in marker, so don't sweat that too much just yet. Let's do this again. It's harder to see because of the lamp. Also, we'll switch this up for just a minute so you can see my turn that off even so you can see my coffee cup that I used specifically for this particular piece. It seemed very appropriate to do some Hobbit based artwork and have my Let the Adventure Begin mug. And be careful you don't confuse your mug. Yeah, I got like 3 different combinations of things that on my table that I could conceivably accidentally, dip in my coffee cup instead. So I'm really playing with fire today, which is in its own way that's also appropriate. because I have a jar of water for my paints. I have a separate jar of water for my ink. And then I have my jar of ink. And then I have my coffee cup. So if there was ever going to be a time that I was going to screw that up, this would be the time. This is where it would happen. Now, when we're talking about side highlights, see, this is going to be totally blacked in. But this side of the column should catch some of this light. It's going to be very dim light, so it's going to be a slightly darker color. Which I'm going to do right here. The closer you get to the light source, the brighter and closer on a color spectrum to white it's going to be. That's pretty close to how I want it to look. When I do some faint highlights over here, I'm also gonna have a darker color. I think I've got some orange just for that effect that I'm looking for. And now we darken up over here and even get into some brown. And I didn't change the camera. Sorry about that. That is going to be my downfall in this whole Twitch endeavor that I'm doing, is that I keep forgetting when to change the stupid camera angle. I get so carried away with what I'm doing. Especially today. I'm kind of excited for today because it's like I get to use ink again. Like my old familiar ink too. I want to get back to a little bit of what Will was saying. Will posted earlier. It's really interesting seeing how your art comes together. That's one thing that's always prevented me from artwork. I've never been able to figure out how to transform my ideas into art. Now, the answer that I give you to that, it may frustrate you. It's going to sound corny as shit. It may not even be all that helpful. I don't know. All I can give you is my perspective on what you mentioned. My perspective on that is I had to develop the frame of mind on my own. I had to develop the frame of mind that my ideas already are art. Your ideas already are art. The challenge, really, the way I've always perceived of it, is getting enough of a picture in your mind that's clear enough to where you can make it happen on the page or whatever your medium is. That can apply to all kinds of things: drawing, painting, writing, sculpting, crafting, engineering, math, science. Athletics. it's a mentality that takes a long time. I'm definitely not gonna lie and tell you that it's something that happens overnight. But it's a mentality that you have to develop. That takes a long time to develop, where you no longer see the physical act of creating what you want to create as an obstacle, but instead seeing it as a means to an end. You get to the point where you don't necessarily worry about how what you want to produce is going to look. Only how can you make it happen? Now I'll let you guys in on something that I hadn't planned on divulging so soon after Tuesday, but I'm not 100% happy with how the whole Bowie double companion pieces turned out. I wish they could have been, particularly the Black Star era Bowie. I like that one a lot better than the Ziggy Stardust era Bowie that I came up with. I think it could have been. I think I could have done it better. But I recognize that you're gonna have those moments. You're gonna have those moments where it's not going to look exactly the way that you envision it, even if you can envision it, even if you have the most vivid picture in your head of how something is going to come out. There's still a difference between seeing it in your mind and putting it on a page, or or otherwise producing it physically. You have to sort of, metaphorically speaking, you have to sort of build that bridge between your imagination and the real physical world. And sometimes you're able to build that bridge quite well, and that's when your work comes out as good, or sometimes even better than you imagine. If you're a perfectionist, like I can be sometimes, you don't necessarily get that feeling very often. That doesn't mean I'm ever going to stop chasing it. See, I've got a very sort of different take on talent as a whole. I mean, when it comes to what I do and when it comes to how I do it, I've been doing this almost nonstop for 32 years. So I suppose I don't always recognize the quote-unquote talent part of it. It's just always been a thing where it's like, the reason why my stuff looks at all the way that it looks is, and I've had people ask me about this, how did you get to be, how did you learn how to draw so well? And the answer I give them is always kind of unsatisfying to them, and it is, I sucked for a really long time until I didn't anymore. like I said, that's an unsatisfying response to most people. Everybody wants, wants a story about how you magically get transformed from somebody who's not good to somebody who's suddenly great. And at least for me, and I can only ever speak for myself. That's just not the reality of it. Like, if I didn't draw as much as I do, my stuff wouldn't look like this. And I've still got a way longer way to go. Hopefully, for the rest of my life. And I always say, if the day ever comes when I feel like there's nothing left for me to learn, I'll stop. I'll put everything down. I'll put every brush down. I'll put every pencil down that I own, and I'll never draw again. I hope that day never comes. I don't expect that it ever will. And I'm perfectly okay with that. Life spent learning, to me, is a life pretty damn well spent. This, I liken that to, I used to have like these, I don't know if they were like trading cards or if they were like just these magazine pages as a kid about like old sports stars and old athletes that, growing up in the 90s that everybody knew about. And there was one particular one about Michael Jordan. And each one of these little pages and each one of these little, sheets that gave all of these interesting facts about all of these different guys, all these different athletes, they all came with their own little pro tips directly from these athletes themselves. And like there was one for like Shaquille O'Neal where he talked about how to improve your vertical leap and how he used to do it when he was younger and still learning how to play ball. And there was one in particular from Michael Jordan, and if there was ever any like kind of pro tip that you would have, any kind of wisdom that you'd want to learn as far as playing basketball, if there's anybody you'd want to learn that from, it'd be Jordan. And once again, Jordan's pro tip was relatively unsatisfying, and it was just play as much as you possibly can. Play all the time. If you want to get better, play all the time. Play until you get better. Again, that's fantastic advice, but it's not very satisfying to hear. And, there's a ton of stuff that, I still have left to learn. Every time I go, not every time so much lately, I used to, when I used to go to conventions more as a fan, they have, portfolio reviews at conventions, and you would seek out pros in the comic business that would evaluate your work and tell you, ideally they tell you what things you should work on, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses. This is if you got a good editor. I've been to fantastic portfolio reviews with very knowledgeable people who have told me things that I still follow, advice that I still follow to this day. And I've also gotten portfolio reviews from guys who couldn't be bothered to tell you anything useful and really just wanted the day to be over. But the best reviews and the best critiques that I've ever gotten, have been of work that I thought was my absolute best work. And I was like, when I first started doing these things, I'd be like, this is, I have no idea what they could possibly tell me to work on. And then they tell me, and then I'd be like, oh, well, I wasn't nearly as far along as I thought I was. It's also important to make peace with that. This goes along with being a perfectionist and that sort of thing. Unfortunately, being a perfectionist also means kind of kicking your own self-esteem in the nuts on a regular basis, and having to tell yourself at times that you're not as good as you think you are. Now, you don't necessarily have to tell yourself that in those words, because that's not really a productive way to look at it. Really, what you want to tell yourself is, you may be good, but you can always get better. That's the way I recommend looking at it. Yeah, Will says taking criticism is a tricky thing. It most certainly is. You got to develop a really thin skin if you want to do any kind of art, any kind of creative work professionally. And even if you want to do it as a hobby, even if you're just doing it for yourself, if you want to improve. And not everybody is as competitive about it as others. It's not always necessary to be that competitive. It's not always necessary to want, to always be seeking something better. Not everybody is wired that way, and that's perfectly okay too. But if the goal is improvement, if the goal is you want to be better than you were the last time you did it, then these are the things that you got to do. These are the things that you got to be willing to subject yourself to. You have to take a harsh look at yourself. You got to take a harsh look at your work, and you got to really sit down and ask yourself, what can I do better? This single thing that I thought was the best thing that I ever did, now I have to look at it and ask myself, how can I make this better next time? And it's not easy, and it's unpleasant sometimes, but that's the dance. Spending a little bit more time on the paint than I wanted to, but it'll be worth it. I think we're going in a good direction here. And that's too orange. I want it to be yellower, so this area in here to be a little bit lighter. Actually, a little bit darker is what I meant to say. Yeah, the other thing about that is, if you're doing something that you love to do, then you're gonna want to get better at it anyway. And getting better is really just a natural progression of doing something that you love repeatedly anyway. If it's something that you enjoy, you're gonna do it so often that you're gonna be so interested in it that you're naturally gonna get better at it anyway, which is great. And that's like and you'll recognize this saying right off the bat, both of you, which is, do what you love and you never work a day in your life. I think the context that was used in last time we all heard it together was a little bit different, but yeah, and that's the goal. There are some, I could talk about this sort of thing all day just because I am kind of fascinated with the idea of creativity in general. And I talk to, there's a million things that I like to ask, all of my favorite creators that, I rarely get the chance to. When I meet, they say you should never meet your heroes. I've been fortunate enough to meet some of my heroes, and they've, for the most part, been fairly pleasant people. They've all been, I've said before, they've all been at least courteous, if not outright awesome, and that's nice. I don't often get to pick their brains as much as I'd like to, though, because I always like... there's a question that I try to ask as many creative people as possible, because everybody's got a different answer, which is, and this comes back to the whole talent thing, I'm always fascinated by the idea, and I'm curious about the idea and what other people think of the idea that somebody could become so good at something, or somebody is so naturally good at something, because some people, talent comes in all shapes and sizes, and some people are more naturally talented at certain things than others. So I always wonder, because I feel like I've seen it before, if somebody can become so good at something, or somebody is so naturally talented at something, that they really just sort of lose respect for it. Most of the time, I associate being good at something with having to work at it, because that's the only way I've ever become good at anything I've ever done, is I've had to, I got to work hard at it. People, that's why I say some people think that this comes naturally to me. It doesn't. I've been doing it for a long time, and that's why this happens. But I've seen some people who, who can do stuff like this with a tenth of the effort that I'm putting out right now. And sometimes, they do it, sometimes you're lucky enough to be naturally talented and naturally gifted at the thing that you love, but that's not always the case. And I've seen some people who are fantastic at art, at sports, and lots of different things that you'd care to name. And because they don't have to work at it as hard as other people, and this is not a universal thing, I'm not trying to paint everybody with a broad brush, but I have seen it before. Because sometimes because somebody doesn't have to work as hard at being good at something, they really don't always care as much. And, I find that kind of unfortunate. I try not to approach it from a place of, like, bitterness or anger or anything like that. It's just the way it is sometimes. Some things come more naturally to some people than others. It's the way, it's sometimes, to an extent, it's the way your brain is wired. Depending on how your brain works, it doesn't necessarily make your brain, it doesn't mean that your brain works any better or worse than anybody else. It's just, perception is different. Perception of the world is different. Perception of how you manifest your skill is different. One example I can think of a couple of examples, but I don't want to drop too many names, particularly not too many names in the art world. One name that I can think of right away is Mickey Rourke. And he is, as much as gone on record as saying this, he was, for a very short window of time in his younger days, he was the man in Hollywood. He was, he was going to be the next Robert De Niro. He was going to be, people who were aspiring actors would actually come to sets that he was filming at just to watch him work. He was fascinating to watch, apparently. But it came so naturally to him that he didn't really think about it too much. Or as much as you would think somebody that talented would have to. I'm going to throw some purple in here, too, for some of these extra dark spots. So that was something that, what he did came so naturally to him that he really kind of didn't have the respect for it that somebody that, would have to work at it a little bit harder might develop. And, he kind of took it for granted. He left Hollywood for a while. He became a boxer, and he got into some pretty grimy boxing matches that ended up mangling up his face pretty good. He had, in the 80s and in his prime, he had some movie star good looks that boxing did a number on. And he eventually came back to acting with sort of a new, maybe not a completely new, but sort of a changed outlook on things. I don't know if he necessarily has more respect than he did as a younger man, but I think he took it a little bit more seriously than he did then. Some of that just comes from getting older, getting more experienced, being less of a cocky bastard than he may have been, because that's something else that happens when you're that good at anything. but that's always kind of a thing that fascinates me. Is just what natural talent does to somebody, and it does to their perception of what it is that they're talented at. And apologies to any English majors out there. I know I'm ending a lot of sentences with a lot of prepositions today. I'm going to break for a minute. Just a minute. I'm going to finish off this coffee. I'm going to get another drink. And when I come back, we're going to bust out the ink. It's also going to give my piece here a little bit of last minute time to dry. Be right back. I was forgetting something. I don't have any actual water to drink. Much better. We're back. Okay. This dry. That's about as dry as I need it to be. Every once in a while, that music gets really low. Move this aside even, just a little bit, so I can concentrate on. See, in the absence of a proper ink jar, this is what I'm reduced to using. I'll bring this up closer. This is what I'm reduced to using. This is a plastic Solo, condiment cup for, ketchup, dip, whatever have you. All right, sorry. Better? Nah, I lowered the mic for a minute. I raised it back up, yeah. No, I know what I did. I just forgot to turn it back up. Anyway, this is what I was talking about. In the absence of an actual jar to put my ink in, because I don't have one, because I probably threw out the last one that I had when I moved, this is what I'm using now. I'm using a solo cup that I normally put ketchup or dip or blue cheese dressing in, and this is what I'm working with. There's a lot of prep that goes into inking for me anyway. Now, like I said before, the all of these little lines that I'm eventually going to cover with black ink, what I've come to do with those is I trace over them again. I'm not using any lead over here. There is no lead in this mechanical pencil. What I'm using is I'm using the metal point of it, and I'm actually digging into the paper. I'm going over every line because I have learned that this is the easiest way to be able to see where you want to go back and into your black ink and create highlights. When you do as much white on black as I do, it really helps, and it's really helped me a lot, because nothing is worse than coming up with a really cool pattern or a really cool composition and a really cool highlight scheme that you want to cover in black and then go back and re-highlight in white or any color that we're going to use. And then when you've covered it with black, and ideally you want to use thick ink, but sometimes the ink gets so thick that you can't see where the pencil lines were. This eliminates that problem, because this is a significantly thick ink, and what we're going to do now is we are going to cover almost every inch of this side of the page in black. Welcome to Thursday's bravery test, guys. If you're somebody like me that likes the ink as thick as possible, then it's going to become hard to see anything underneath it. Unless, and I don't know if you can see this, and I forgot to switch the camera again. I don't know if you can see this really, because there's a little bit of glare there. I'm going to, for just a moment, I'm going to take this camera off of where it was, and I'm going to go even closer, and now I think you guys can see where I kind of dug into the page, and no matter how thick that ink is, it's not going to be thick enough. You'd have to be inking with some latex paint to be able to cover up those marks that I made in the page. I don't think I got them all, but I got enough of them. Oh yeah, I definitely didn't get them all. That's a shame, but I think I got enough to work with. And this is why I didn't want to do this, because now it screws up the orientation of my camera. Stay. Good. What else? I'm going to use a smaller brush, and we're going to come in on this side, and we're going to do the same thing. Except over here, I don't have to worry about re-highlighting anything. I'm using a brush that I wish I didn't have to use, because this is not a brush that's really meant for inking. But my good brushes are, can you all say it with me now? Not here right now. There may be some good news on the horizon when it comes to that. I may be finally getting my my good art supplies back soon. Which is going to make next week a little bit more interesting for all of us. Luckily, I only need this brush to fill in these various little, larger, darker areas. The more detailed, darker areas I'll be using a different pen for. I'll be using the old brush pen. Something else I forgot to do while I was on that break, which was to get my pens out of the drawer, but that won't take very long at all. This is where we start sweating a little bit. This is tricky. Basically, I want to get all of these miscellaneous extra dark area, extra large areas of dark shadow out of the way, so I can concentrate on the more detailed areas. Also, so that it has time to dry, because my drawing hand is very random and I'm always jumping from one area to another. And if I'm not careful, that'll just end up smearing everything. Move the tape off. Get that side. Lift this tape off. Get that corner. Get this all the way down here. I have the strangest feeling that I'm going to end up missing a spot. But we'll see. We shall see. Something I forgot to do, which was claw over here, which is also going to be shadowed. maybe to a lesser extent. Shadows, always with the shadows. Yeah, looks like this is going to be another long one. There's some things I want to do that I'm not close to doing just yet. Let's finish the coffee first. That'll do. Cover your ears. I don't have to do that with the ink nearly as much as I have to do it with the paint. Back under the tape you go, guys. Okay, into the drawer. Reach. As a matter of fact, give me 1 more minute, guys. I'll be right back. I had to plug in my speaker because I did not want to do the rest of the stream in silence. And we're back. I'm running out of table space here. Let's see. All right. So now we start the much more intricate task of making all this stuff look like it makes sense. I'm still a little bit weary of putting my hand down anywhere in particular. Smaller for these outlines. Maybe even smaller than that. What do I have that's smaller? Maybe this. Let's see. Nope, wrong one. This is the one I can't stand. Throw that right out of the bag. Still with me, guys? Just making sure. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves so far. Just making sure. Hey. Hey, Liz. seems to be a much finer point brush pen than this. I'm not happy with the point of this so-called fine point pen. Gotta look back from time to time to make sure that little cosmetic things aren't happening, like my hat getting in the way or my hands covering up too much of what I'm actually doing. This is why it's a lot easier for digital artists, because everything is all on the screen. They don't have to worry about their hands covering everything up. Like I said before, this is something that I've been doing longest of all, which is all the ink stuff. And it has been a while since I've done a very ink heavy piece of artwork. It's mostly because I had to shelve my best ink. I had to put it in storage, so it kind of forced me to do some other things and do them in some other ways. But now I have that back. I don't have the big bottle of ink that I've been using forever. I don't have that on my usual table of stuff. It's in the other room. I think it's in the kitchen, actually. Maybe I'll go back and get it. But this feels, doing this in this way for this to achieve this effect, and all of these effects, really. It's like saying hi to an old friend. Welcoming back an old friend. Yeah. I think we're gonna go with an even more controlled bit of ink here. There's so many specific little details that I want to add on here, that I want just the maximum amount of control over what goes where. And I'm going to feel a lot more comfortable doing it this way than any other way. Let's see, if I was just inking this with the more haphazard brush, I would have missed where I wanted to do this to sort of indicate how far up this mouth goes. Let's see what else. Let's see if the other brush pen will get this looking the way I want it to. Oh, yeah, there we go. That works. Now the challenge here for me is restraint, because using these brushes and these pens can create a lot of cool effects and a lot of different little textures and brush strokes that are really interesting and really cool looking. But you get too carried away with that and it starts damaging how it looks overall. And I don't want that, especially not with how it's looking so far. Let's see. Everything here's still got to serve a sort of aesthetic purpose, or at least it can, because all of these sort of scaly looking details all around, there's a temptation to just kind of throw them in at random, because to a certain extent they look cool no matter what you do to them. But you can use them for even more. If you're trying to tell a certain, if you're trying to a certain extent to tell a story, even in a single image, there are certain things you can do, for lack of a better term, to manipulate your viewer's eye and to sort of direct their attention. This is something that I find simple to grasp and really difficult to mention. And Lindsay's here, and I'm sorry I didn't catch you earlier. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. So like I was saying, what happens here is when you're trying to tell this particular type of story, or you're trying to tell this story in a single image visually, you can direct the eyes wherever you want. In my case, there's a flow that's going up this way, and it goes from being subtle here to being pretty overt as you go up. You virtually got arrows pointing up. And then you can follow it back around. These start pointing this way, back in, and they start coming back down here. So you've got a basic compositional flow that goes up and out and back around. Once again, simple concept to grasp, really tricky technique to master. But once you really learn it, you can really do a job on sort of subconsciously directing your viewer or your reader's attention where you want it to, without them even realizing it. It works on a really works on a subconscious level. Missed it earlier, Lindsay. We got our first spam bot in here. I didn't have the heart to kick him out. I wanted an extra viewer, spam bot or no spam bot. I think I'm going to outline this first. This is also why I spent so much time drawing this in pencil, because I had a very specific idea of how I wanted it to look, and I didn't want that to get lost due to minimal actual drawing. I don't want too much, if any of it, to get obscured by the paint and even by the ink. Whew. Okay. They say the devil's in the details. And you know that to especially be true when you actually have to create those details. Lindsay seemed to think that after Tuesday night my hands were completely messed up. But actually that was nothing. This is what does a number on my hands every time. Doing stuff like this. I am not at all what you would call a steady-handed artist. So the amount of control that I have to exert to be able to get these lines. Oh no, I'm not talking about ink staining my hands. I'm talking about my hands literally being in pain after. This is after, Tuesday drawing for, painting for about 3 hours, over 3 hours straight. The ink definitely stains my hands. You can see that right here. And that's nothing. That's not even close to how much my hands usually get. Yeah, by the time I get done with something like this, the ink stains on my hands are kind of the least of my problems. Being able to hold objects again, that takes a minute. In time, it may cost me dearly. Lindsay says that's why I have paint clothes, they look rough. I have clothes that I do this stuff in more often than not. But if I'm gonna commit to this whole on-camera thing, they're not clothes that I'd prefer to be seen in. That's how rough they are. Disney wants to make a new holiday special. Which holiday special are we talking about, Will? You don't mean what I think you do, what I think you mean, do you? Am I? Yeah. That's exactly what I thought you meant. Is B. Arthur still alive so she can be in that and she can be in the new one too? No coked out Princess Leia singing. Well, they brought her back in CG before. They can do it again if they really want to. Hopefully they think better of it. But this is Disney we're talking about, so never say never. I think that works. More stone. Yeah, we know what you think. Smearing some of the parts of this that I didn't want to get smeared. Be careful with that. It's a Lego animated holiday special. Honestly, that actually sounds better than a live action one, if I'm being very honest. I'd actually almost prefer a Lego one. It would spare a lot of people from having to it would spare a lot of people from having to make physical appearances on it. And if that's the case, it also, it sounds like it's being made for kids, so hey, why not? Really, that is at its core what Star Wars has been meant for the majority of its existence anyways, so see, this is what I was working on before, and the problem here that I run into is that the inconsistency or the consistency of this ink in this brush pen is not the same consistency as the India ink that I used before. By the way, that's also another thing you missed, Lindsay, was I know you mentioned India ink the other day, and I just brought out some of mine. I use it to fill in some of these much darker areas. I'll show it to you again if you still want it. Right now, I'm keeping it in a solo cup for that's usually used for ketchup dipping. It might make another appearance depending on what I need it for the rest of the evening. But I'm hoping I'm done with it for now. I don't think there's any other massive areas to cover in solid black. And ordinarily, as we discussed, I would use that ink to ink this entire page, except I don't have the brushes that I would want to use for them, for reasons that we've covered many times. Yeah, my coffee cup is empty. This is actually okay. Well, we'll go back to back to here. My coffee's finished, but I'm using my Let the Adventure Begin mug so that seeing as how we're doing Hobbit artwork today, I'm using the appropriate coffee cup for adventure. But I finished with my coffee now, so it's much less likely that I'm going to mistake it. Luckily. Because I'm good for at least 1 or 2 close calls a night at this point. Cooperate, damn you. Make these horns look a little bit more like horns and a little less like flat areas. So I put my glass of juice next to my glass of watercolor water, and yeah, that was horrible. Everybody, we've all got stories like that. It's inevitable. It's gonna happen. If you're an artist out there, you're gonna drink your paint water one of these days, or you're gonna dip your paint into your drink. It's an occupational hazard. It happens. If you don't want that to happen to you, don't become an artist. Period. I'm putting that gauntlet down right now. If you don't want that to happen, don't become an artist, because otherwise, it's gonna happen. Oh no, it's not just you, Lindsay. Far from it. We've all got stories. You name it, there are stories, and far worse. Now I'm going to work on this detail right here, which these are supposed to be coins. Millions upon millions of gold coins. As a matter of fact, even this is still too thick for what I'm trying to do here. So, time to bring out the secret weapon. 005. Many artists that draw in exacting detail swear by this pen. It wears out very quickly. But if you want a super thin technical line, there are very few things that can match it. Hold on, I gotta go back and read the story. I gotta go back and read this story. A kind of similar story from my internship days building computers. The guy teaching me hooked up the data cable pins partially with the power cables. Good God. Was he okay? Did anybody in the vicinity still have eyebrows when it was over? Or how bad was it after? There's one thing you don't want to mess with The back of the device caught fire. Oh, yeah, only the back of the device caught fire. I guess that's better than people. But if there's one thing you really don't want to mess with, it's cable connectivity. Especially live cable connectivity. I fortunately never had, something like that happen. But I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen in videos and stuff like that. I hope that I never see that happen in person, because it's, first of all, pretty creepy, pretty scary. Second of all, if I'm anywhere near it, I'd fear for my safety and the safety of anybody else who was near it with me. Now we're talking. Let's see, this is what I was talking about from before. We start going back in here. And this is where the light's coming from. So also, weird old school power connectors are the same size as the data pins. Yeah, that's another thing that I'm glad people have, people in tech, and specifically in, when it comes to electrical power management, have sort of gotten wise to. And it was really a thing that people really should have gotten wise to a long time ago. And that's creating, making sure that cables that shouldn't go anywhere near each other, and, cables that carry wattage that are vastly different from each other, should be constructed in such a way that it's not possible to mistake any one for any other. And then, as a result, risk, connecting the wrong thing to the wrong thing. I mean, the first person that, the first person that mismanaged a cable and plugged it into the wrong thing and saw his life flashing before his eyes probably should have been wise to that. Now we got this, and now I can define a column. And I can bring this home. Who's closing anymore? This guy's stuck. Who stuck his head into a running nuclear type cyclotron? That sounds terrifying. That sounds absolutely horrifying. He got some crazy dose of radiation, but was completely fine the rest of his life. Listen. If you get exposed to massive amounts of radiation, no matter how fine you are, if it doesn't result in you becoming either the Hulk or the Toxic Avenger or something like that, I consider it a huge waste. It's a waste, and it's a missed opportunity, in my humble opinion. You can quote me on that. That's my hot take of the evening. Radiation exists for two purposes: to power our towns and cities, and to create hideously deformed creatures of superhuman size and strength. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's the hill that I'm going to die on tonight. Yeah, Liz has worked in nuclear plants before. Now, no matter how many times I ask her, she's always said that she doesn't have any superpowers. But I've never tried to get her to lift a bus before. So we really have no way of knowing, do we? It's pronounced nuclear. Nuclear. I got superpowers, but they're still under wraps for now. You'll know someday. Someday when you need them the most, it'll happen. Trim this horn so that it looks a little bit closer to the other one on the other side. Oh, you guys. I'm feeling something. I know that. You was feeling something. There we go. Now what I might also do is bring a little bit more yellow onto this side so that the light that's coming from here will cast a glow more similar, more consistent on this side. And I think I'll go ahead and black the rest of this out. Yeah, some of the details that I come back here with to sort of sharpen up are going to be marker related. Smear. Hate that. Hate it when that happens. Okay. Let me get a little bit more size here. It's French curve time. Probably should have gone with thinner lines there, but that's okay. I think I can make it work. Mm-hmm. Actually, probably better to do that, especially right around here. Out of the way, tape. Okay. No, I didn't say anybody's name. I might later, but not now. Back to the thin one. Bring our friend Bilbo Baggins to life here. Yeah. Need to do it sooner or later. Now here's another trick. Another thing to remember. As you get farther away from the light source, this is the old sundial thing. As you get farther away from the light source, the shadow is going to get longer, which means the shadow is also going to get thicker, which means the shadow that all of these tiny little coins cast is going to be a little bit deeper and darker and bigger than they would be over here. I'm not going to do too much of that in black because I'm coming back with a vengeance with markers in just a minute. And that's once again, like I said, how you get an idea of just how big Smaug's supposed to be. You stand him up against tiny little Frodo Baggins. And you get a sense of scope, a sense of enormity, even bigger than what he actually is. Tighten that up some. Okay. What else we got? We are past the 3-hour mark. Are we gonna have an even longer stream than Tuesday? I don't know. There are a few things I want to finish here. There may not be many, but they're very important. Yeah, I think it's marker time. Now, let's see what we got. Let's see what we can come up with here. Is that going to be enough? Yeah, maybe. Is that going to be everything I need? Probably not. So, since every shadow is going to have a somewhat darker shadow, now this is gonna look like a total nightmare for anybody who's not familiar with doing pointillist artwork, and how it's actually a little bit more fun than it looks most of the time. Most of the time, not always. If you happen to be in a hurry, pointillism is not always for, may not always be for you. Now, it's not necessary to go and make a dot for every coin that's meant to be in this image. It's enough to do a few. And when I do a few, I probably do a few more than I need to. But I kind of like doing that. This whole thing is meant to, if 99% of the light is coming from Smaug himself, and it's not a consistent light source, meaning that it's coming from sort of flickering, indefinite firelight, that means the shadows aren't going to be 100% consistent either. They're going to be jumping all over the place. They're going to be tall shadows, they're going to be light shadows, they're going to be dark shadows, and everything in between. Which is why I left a lot of room for a lot of different shades and a lot of different values here. Let's see which ones I can get around to. It's too similar. What we think. Let's think outside the box a little bit. Huh? Thank you, Will. Like everything else, there's a temptation to get carried away here. I'm going to try to avoid that, but it's also... it's hard to pull away when you're kind of onto a good thing. I don't want to overdo it, but at the same time, I also don't want to underdo it. What else we got? Is that going to be good? Is this going to work? Oddly, it might. Something completely counterintuitive when you're drawing a mass of gold and you're trying to do shades of that particular color. You wouldn't think to bust out a shade of green. However, gold coins or anything of that color that has a metallic quality to it will reflect red. It will cast red light. And red light, a red tone, can sometimes cast a shadow with a green tone in it. Red and green are complementary colors. So when we're talking about shadows, it's not out of the realm of possibility that you'd see this type of color. And the thing about that is you tend to dismiss that that's the color that you're seeing only because you know what color what you're looking at actually is, and you know it ain't green. But your subconscious mind registers color a little bit differently than your conscious mind. It's one of those things, one of my favorite red letter media sayings, which is, you may not have noticed it, but your brain did. Now, once again, all of this, where's your eye going? Comes down. It kind of sits in here, but these lines take your eye right back up, right back up, right back down. There's a little bit of psychological feng shui that's going on over here. Now, that's about as much of that as I want to do for now. In terms of that, I don't know why I'm zipping this bag up, because there's more of other things to do. Let's go back to my sort of burnt out, bombed out, and depleted markers and see what I can come up with here. It's not bad, but I don't want it to overpower everything else, so I don't want to overuse this particular shade of crimson. Is there a better alternative? Yeah. Straight up red is not much different. But I think I can still make it work. Especially considering what I got working in my favor is that there's supposed to be a lot of harsh light that's sort of driving some of these shadows and then washing out some of the highlighted areas. So I may not have to color all of this back in to make it look like how it's supposed to look. It may be better to leave some of these light areas light to indicate highlight. Less so as we go up here. Here, the shadows are darker, the highlights are less pronounced, and you gotta really push the color forward. That doesn't mean it has to be one solid color, because I do have a darker red. That I'm saving for more towards the end. Once again, when we start getting over here though, we relent a little bit on the sharpness of the color. There's more light coming from here than here, so there should be deeper colors on this side. I should mention, you guys do me a great service in this stream, because my having to explain these things to you also reminds me that they need to be done, and I don't let my mind wander so much that I forget some of these fundamentals which I may otherwise have done if it's just me sitting in a room by myself. I tend to get my thoughts wander a little bit too much. That's another little occupational hazard for artists. You let a whole different part of your brain take over, and you think a little bit less about certain technical aspects of what you're doing than you should. Art should always be, to some extent, intuitive, but when it gets too much so, you get into an autopilot sort of mode. And you start losing track of things that are important. Things that you really need to keep track of. solidify that. I'm gonna make this a little bit light down here, but just because it's meant to glow a little bit, it's meant to be bright. That red is meant to shine a little bit. It's playing the game of what you know the color is versus what color you want to convey to your viewer's eye. See, actually this color, look over here. Let's see if we can focus on that. Nothing? Yes? No? Alright, I'll zoom it back out. Salmon pink. Now, intellectually, you know that no part of this dragon is pink, and certainly no part of this dragon is salmon colored. But light does funny things to color. It makes them appear to be colors that they're not. And you always got to keep that in the front of your mind. You always got to think your light source is always affecting everything around it. Right. That's right. Well, it's if you imagine, you imagine for a minute that what's really going on here is this is where the light's coming from. This is sort of almost pure firelight, or at least the glow from something burning very, very brightly. And it's shining on all of these tiny, tiny, tiny little mirrors. They're not strong mirrors, but they are reflective surfaces. And they're all going to do something. They're all basically going to do the same thing. They're going to reflect the light in the same way, but they're all going to come and reflect at different angles. And then on top of that, those reflections are all going to play differently on an extremely textured surface, like the scales of a dragon's face. The more you learn and the more you observe about the way light affects your external environment, the easier it becomes to then kind of turn around and show those things in your artwork. There are people, there are experts at it that could, that could put me to shame, a million times over. One of my big influences as an artist is Bernie Wrightson, legendary fantasy horror artist. Co-created Swamp Thing, and he also does, and if I get a chance I'll show it to you real quick. I want to get more of this done, but I'll show you if I get a chance. If not, we'll do that off camera. But he did an illustrated version of Frankenstein. And you can Google the images too. Each image is in pure black and white, done with a quill pen Like when I say a quill pen, not not like an old timey 1776 quill pen. I'm talking about a steel nib that comes to such a fine point that you can do all kinds of fine lines, way finer than this. And he was a master with that, and he could do light sourcing in ways that you wouldn't think a human being could reproduce it. At least that's how I always felt about his work. He passed away a few years ago. I actually got to meet him once before he passed away in Boston. And I had one question for him. And he was perfectly, within his rights to not answer it, or to not, because some artists get kind of particular about these sorts of things. But I asked him what tools he used. I asked him what pens he used, what pen points he used, and he told me. And I wrote it down. Me and my friend Reed, who is also a great artist, who drops in on, who's dropped in on some of the Instagram streams. He we actually wrote down, I forget the exact number because it's been a while. It's another thing that went into storage, unfortunately, was my pens and my pen points. I've got them with me, in the drawer over here, but I'd have to go digging for them. I don't want to spend too much time doing that right now. But I got to. They were actually available to purchase, and I went out and I bought the pen points that he told me he used as soon as I could. Make this look a little bit more like it's coming from fire, from firelight. And we're getting closer to the end here. Let's see what else we can tighten up here. Okay. I want to texture some of these horns over here more so towards the front of his head than the back. Do this minimally over here. More overtly over here. As a matter of fact, so overtly that I want to use this right here. Try as I might, and I'm sure that the traditional depiction of Smaug was inspired by this. There's an old ad for one of the editions of Dungeons and Dragons that came out sometime in the early 90s, probably 89 or 90, 91 maybe. And that ad was in the back of every comic that I had read at the time when I was a kid. And it was the coolest thing ever. And you might have seen it in some, depending on what you read as a kid, you might have seen it in some other things. But it was a dragon very similar looking to this one. You can Google it too. I'm sure it'll come right up. It was this depiction of this red dragon that I'm sure, for legal purposes, they didn't identify as Smaug, but you could tell where the influence came from. If you guys find that, you'll see what I mean. If you want, I bet you if you just off the top of my head, if you were to Google, let's say, Dungeons and Dragons ad Red Dragon, it'd probably come up. You'd be able to see it. This is what that reminds me of. I don't know how subconsciously I was going for that with what I'm doing here, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was pretty close. It reminds me of that, so it's probably fairly close. That wasn't intentional, but once again, it's one of those things your brain does without realizing it. If there was ever, I never got into Dungeons and Dragons as a kid, but if there was ever anything that was going to make me want to play that game, it would have been that ad, because that was just the coolest looking thing ever. I think I recall that as the color of the cover of the second edition rule book. Probably something like, I'm almost positive it was one of those. And probably whichever one came out right around 1990, give or take a year. I remember, well, like I said, it was on the back of every single comic that I read as a kid in the span of about a year. We're getting pretty close to done. The last thing I want to do here is some of the more fun parts. We're going to bring back our friends, the paint markers. this 2mm? It's 2mm. I don't want to use no 2mm marker. Do I have another orange? Did I drop it somewhere? Did I leave it somewhere? Oh, that's a shame. Okay, well, I have to settle for this brown. That's 1.5 and that's 1.5. Now, all these spots that I started using, let's see how much this is going to cooperate with me. All these spots that I outlined earlier. Backwards hat time, so I don't bump the camera again. See, I learned from my mistakes. Now, once again, most of the light is coming from over here. So you want the bottom parts of these outlines to be slightly thicker, for them to start tapering off. And then we start getting into red. And then we've got our claw here, which I'm going to do a combination of things. Bring back a little more color. Some other shades that I haven't used yet. Yeah, thankfully. There's one that's already open. That's already that I've already started on. Now is it going to behave? Let's find out. Yep. There we go. That's what I was going for. And then we can even have some of the highlights in this column extend this way. Because light travels in funny ways. You can use it to sort of indicate that column is still there, where it begins and where it ends, without having to draw the full straight line here. You can have it crack and crumble a little bit. You can thicken up these highlights so that they won't look like they came from one single stroke of a pen. It's relatively similar. It's gonna have a relatively similar line value, unless that's the effect you want. Otherwise, it just looks kind of a little bit too mechanical in comparison to the rest of this picture. If all of the lines were very, very much the same size and the same width, then that would follow quite well. But since they don't, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to have them all the same size, the same width, of the same quality on this side. So we expand them out a little bit. It's another little visual consistency thing that you may not have the exact words for, but your brain recognizes what it is that's being done on the page. That's another little psychological thing that something else that I read about from time to time. Maybe Will, knowing, I know you read a lot of text stuff too, and a lot of theoretical text stuff, but as far as artificial intelligence and sort of bridging the gap between artificial intelligence and human intelligence, supposedly one of the biggest missing links between artificial and human intelligence is the human brain's capacity for pattern recognition, the subconscious mind's capacity to recognize and duplicate and arrange patterns that tends to be a little bit more difficult to replicate with an AI. Computers are great at a great many things, but when it comes to taking what seems like chaos and making sense out of it, not so much. That's kind of where things fall apart. So now that we've got that to work with, I'm gonna do a few things in white over here and here. See, ordinarily, if I was doing a straight up black and white version of this, all of these lines would all be white on black, and I wouldn't have to necessarily worry about all of these different colors and what colors they would end up being. Dealing with color forces me to sort of ask these questions about not just what a shape might look like affected by a light source, but what color it would have to be. It's not something, it's once again a little bit outside of my comfort zone, but I kind of want that. I want to challenge myself. I want to get better. I want to get better at this. It's all well and good to get better at things that you're already good at, or that you're already comfortable getting better at. It's a little bit different if you decide to try to get better at something that you don't consider yourself as good at. That's why I keep saying, comfort zone. You get comfortable doing certain things in a certain style, using certain techniques, using certain media. You really got to stop and think sometimes. There's a reason why you became comfortable doing that in the first place. And what you can eventually start doing is sort of training yourself and challenging yourself to really have a willingness to become better at things that you're less comfortable doing. That's where you find the real growth. That's where you find the real learning. It also is an exercise in self-discipline. Probably getting into some Zen territory with that, but yeah. And then these white highlights get more and more faint on this side of the head. That is if I don't get carried away, which I'm going to try not to. Really, if I wanted to, I can even come back into this and start redefining highlights. Yeah, I like that. That way no part of this figure ends where the ink line ends. You can always go back into it and make new and interesting forms, new and interesting shapes, new and interesting patterns. How's my hand holding up? Fine for now. I don't usually feel it as much during while I'm doing this as I do after it's over and some of the adrenaline wears off and everything I kind of put myself through catches up with me. That's what happened to me on Tuesday. I thought I was fine. I thought I was doing good on Tuesday. And then, I went to sleep and I slept for 12 hours. Some of that was my fault because I just hadn't gotten enough rest that day anyway for the type of work that I was doing. But, and Will says, yeah, it must be a rush seeing an image in your mind come to life like this. I will tell you from the bottom of my heart, man, it never gets old. It never gets old. Well, I'm getting my long periods of sleep in while I still can, since in now just slightly over a week. I don't remember if I told you this, but in slightly over a week, I'm going back to the day job. It's not gonna be full time, but I'm gonna have time and a place to be at again. Do I have to go back to being around people? Not yet. Not just yet. But eventually, probably. A bigger concern of mine is actually, not a bigger concern, but more of a kind of an annoyance of mine is that I'm gonna have to be traveling a lot farther to get to work for a while. And because I still have absolutely no desire to take public transportation, I'm gonna have to bike it, and it's gonna be about a 45-minute bike ride. And that's, it's good exercise, but it's not an ideal situation by any means. I was kind of expecting my job to pull something like that on everybody. There was a little survey that went out months ago saying, would you prefer to work, at another, would you be willing to work at another location if necessary, or would you prefer to work at your regular location when service resumes? And I filled out the survey and I said I'd prefer to stick with my regular location, and they took that, and well, that's what they did with it. So, which I really pretty much expected anyway. So I wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm not. It is what it is. I've been able to keep my job for the past 5 months without having to subject myself to, dealing with the public. So I knew, sooner or later, the Piper was gonna come to collect, and they did, and this is what I got to do. So I was riding the subway for 1.5 hours at one place I was living. Actually, it was 2 hours when I was living in the Bronx for 4 months. It was a solid 2 hours. 2 hours going to work and 2 hours coming back. I read 4 Stephen King novels in that time. Luckily, they were good ones. Yeah, I tried to make as good use of my time as I possibly could. That's another thing, keeping that in mind. My situation has definitely been far worse. Oh, how far did I get on Wheel of Time? I had started reading right as I was leaving the Bronx, so I had a little bit less time, less time to read on my commute, so I never got around to continuing it. I want to. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed what I read. It's just, it's a daunting series. It's 14 freaking books, man. It's a commitment. I will get around to it eventually. I just, not yet. Not yet. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Sort of a good end cap to what we've been talking about all night is one thing that we got to see in the film versions of The Hobbit, and there's some, there's some debate about how good they are and how good they aren't, and flaws. And one thing I did consider We'll talk later, Will, about all that. We'll talk offline about that. One thing about the Hobbit films in particular, in general, and Desolation of Smaug in particular, is that we got to something that kind of set them apart from possibly better, dragons that that came later, specifically in Game of Thrones, is that we actually got to see Smaug in the Hobbits in the Hobbit trilogy of films and the book, the Tolkien book specifically. He's a character. He has a personality. He is a functioning villain in the story. He's cruel and he's vicious and he's violent, and you get to see all of that, through some in my humble opinion, pretty amazing animation. And like I said, if they were going to get one thing right about the about adapting the Hobbit, it was going to be that particular scene where Martin Freeman and Benedict Cumberbatch are kind of having this battle of wits and battle of wills. There's a great many things in the adaptation of that book that they screwed up. I do not consider that part to be one of them. And what you got to see through some pretty revolutionary, for the time, and really even to this day, it still holds up pretty well, motion capture, is you got to see Smaug as that character. You got to see Smaug as sort of a fully formed character with a personality, and you're just kind of captivated by it. At least I was. I think a really good job was done with that. And that's what I've been trying to get going on over here. I've been trying to get a sense of awareness with Smaug. I've been trying to get a sense of character. They said, I know when I was a little kid, I used to read Disney Adventures. It was a magazine that Disney put out for kids. And it would have all kinds of, different celebrities and all kinds of different interviews and all kinds of different fun stuff for kids in it. But they also talked a lot about animation in it, and Disney animation, and some of the specifics behind that. And something that always stuck with me when I read one part, I think they had talked with some of the animators for Aladdin, which at that time had just come out in theaters, or it may have been out on video by that time. I'm not 100% sure. It was sometime around there. And they would say, in animation and illustrating in general, at a certain point, you have to train your brain when you're drawing to not even think about drawing anymore. You have to be good enough to where the technical aspects of drawing are really sort of mechanical to you, or at least comparatively mechanical to you, and you're not thinking as much, if at all, about the drawing part. You're thinking more about acting. This is especially true in animation, but it holds true for comics as well. And really anything where you're trying to tell a story. You have to think about acting. You have to think, if you're drawing a character, you have to think, what is the character thinking in that moment? What is the body language? What is the facial expression for the particular emotion or frame of mind that you're trying to convey in the image that you're trying to create? Not always easy. Yeah, not just Will says comics need to show motion in a static image. Not only motion but emotion. You gotta your characters have to seem real. Even if they're drawn, even if you draw them, in a highly stylized sort of way, they have to seem real, because comics and animation are still storytelling media. And in any storytelling medium, no matter what kind of story you're trying to tell, if you're telling a story with characters, and you presumably are writing for an audience that is going to be reading what you're writing or viewing what you're writing and creating and drawing, you have to give them characters that they'll care about. That doesn't necessarily mean characters that are, that they'll like, but characters that inspire some kind of emotion. Smaug in no way was a likable character. That doesn't mean he wasn't a memorable character. What does this keep coming up with? Sometimes you can get by and you can create a memorable moment or a memorable image for a character just by a single look, by a single still image, by a single facial expression. If you get it just right, just the right place at just the right time, then they'll think. Then X-Men Saga from Magneto sucked on adamantium out of Wolverine. Magneto killed Colossus. I don't remember. I know which X-Men story you're talking about, but I'm pretty sure. I don't think it was Magneto that killed Colossus. It was the story you're talking about led to the creation of Onslaught and the quote-unquote death of like half the Marvel universe. But of course they got better, and they all eventually came back. Yeah. It's a memorable story. I was not a huge X-Men reader back in the days, but I was aware of a lot of the storylines that were going on. I'm pretty sure that's the one I'm thinking of that you're talking about. Okay. Did I remember to paint this side? Oh, good. Thank God. That would have been really embarrassing. the chromium covers, and the particular one you're talking about, the Wolverine adamantium one. I think that was the one that had the hologram cover, which were cool looking, but a lot less financially feasible to produce. For the 30th anniversary of Spider-Man, they did all 4 Spider-Man comic, series that existed at that time. They did a hologram cover for each one. I've still got them all, and they looked really cool. And one of the anniversary issues actually had a step-by-step process of how they created those holograms. It was a you understood right away why they didn't do it very often. It was a long, drawn-out process, and it looked expensive. And these were the 90s. Marvel wasn't rolling in dough back then. Actually, pretty close to the opposite. Yeah, Saga of the... I'm pretty sure that's correct. It was X-Men 300 or 350, something like that. This was 1997, I want to say. Something like that. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that pretty well. I'm just doing the last of my little touch-up jobs over here. This is once again the portion of the evening where I have to decide, and man, we already broke the 4-hour mark. Yeah. I have to pretty much decide that this is done and call it an evening, because if not, I'm just going to be adding unnecessary details to it. And as fun as this has been, you gotta know when it's over. You gotta know when it's over. And there's always a next time. A little bit of cleanup, or a little bit of housekeeping, I should say. I was gonna take this time also to announce, and I'll use this as a highlight on Twitch in a little while. I'm going to be doing my usual Sketchbook Saturday drawing on Saturday this week. It'll probably be at the same time as usual. It's 7 p.m. Eastern. Depending on certain personal things I might have to take care of, I may bump that back to 8 p.m. But I'll always keep you guys posted on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and all that good stuff. But what I'm also going to do for the first time is I'm actually going to stream on Sunday. And I'm going to do my first Simpsons Sunday. So I'll let you guys know, or anybody that's watching. I'm going to do my first Simpsons Sunday this weekend. On Sunday, what's today's date? 16th. On August 16th, I'm going to be doing Simpsons Sunday. I'm going to be doing artwork related to the Simpsons, probably classic Simpsons, because that's my thing, that's my jam. And I'll probably put some kind of poll or something. I'll probably go to the audience participation route for what exactly I'm going to be drawing, but I want to make that sort of a regular thing. Do Sketchbook Saturday and at times Simpsons Sunday. Eventually, I'm gonna be, opening up commissions for that, depending on how well received it ends up being. But yeah, it'll be the same, same time, same bad time, same bad channel, Twitch TV/Epic Benjamin J. It'll be Sunday. This Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. So hopefully everybody tunes in for that too. What are your thoughts on commissions of cats? I'll do anything for $1. Well, you know that. I don't discriminate when it comes to what I draw. I'd actually feel better about drawing cats than anything else because a drawing can't make me sneeze. But for now, I think we're ready to call this one. Let's see, where's my point here? 05. I don't know. Oh, Lindsay's here. Good. Bad. And good. I'm glad Lindsay's here. We're gonna dedicate that one to. We're gonna dedicate this one to Lindsay's cat Pippin, who passed away not too long ago. So that one's for him. And what do I do with all my works? Add to my portfolio? Yeah. Actually, I'm going to start working on a separate portfolio for all the Twitch stuff. It's going to look, I'm going to, this is all eventually going to go, in some folder somewhere or another. And, we'll see where that goes and where I'm gonna need, whether or not that's gonna be beneficial for me in the long run. Like I said, this whole Twitch experiment is a work in progress, and I'm hoping to grow like a whole artistic community out of it. And it starts with I'm glad it starts with my friends that I'm been sitting here for the past 4 hours talking a lot of crap with, and I'm glad you guys are here for the beginning and are willing to sit by and hear me talk about all kinds of stuff. Now, I have officially started getting to the point where I'm like doodling unnecessary details into this thing, so I really got to wrap this one up. But I appreciate you guys all being here. I hope if anybody's watching after the fact, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. And I hope you come back and see me again. We'll be back again this Saturday for Sketchbook Saturday. Don't know what I'm drawing, but then again, that's nothing new. So I will see you guys very soon. I am so glad to have spent this time with y'all. Everybody keep continuing to make friends through art. And I will see you again soon. I'll see you again on Saturday. Until then, everybody, please stay safe. Laugh hard, ride fast, be kind.